Hello. Welcome to another ES Futures trading stream. Today is Friday. Finally, CPI is upon us. It is February. It is 9:51 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. Um, I don't know what the number was, uh, but what I can see here, what I have seen here, is I have this range, right? This is a huge range this market has had to the upside yesterday. I mean, to the downside yesterday. And it stopped short. I think it is. It was too far, too fast, right? Yesterday, I couldn't take these lows, which I think it is very likely that this low is going to be taken. It is the spike, the base of the spike of last month. And but what I have here highlighted is as an extremely weak uh, area there, right? And what we have now, this spike in the overnight, we have this spike in the overnight. Let me see. Where's CPI? This, oh, come on. This is CPI, right? If you check the range of this, and you just add the same range to the downside, you will find something really interesting there. You will find that this range is pretty much in both markets. Let me do a rectangle here, from here, basically from here to here. You have this range. Let's do it to the downside. There's some trick that we do here. Do the same in Nasdaq. Okay, and that's also that is just some equal swings in or for that news release, right? Now, let me do something here. Move this a little bit bigger, but I just want to hide it there. Something here, because I want to move this in here. All right. Very narrow range for the overnight session, right? It has an extremely very questionable. They have to be very careful here. Okay, got to be very careful here. This upper range in Nasdaq, and the same thing happened here in ES, which we had yesterday. We had the same thing on the lower side. Remember that. Okay, don't forget that. I am carrying that piece of information for today. That can be very relevant. That's the thing that we have yesterday. However, what makes it different is that we had a range. We have a 3-day range, the balance and the breakout, and this, was a breakout. It does not just take care of this day, but the whole thing that we have here. We don't have that yet. We have this one here, kind of like maybe a trap here, but this market may want to take these lows here. All right. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that can be potential here. Maybe something like I am kind of like actually expecting some bounce from here. Maybe take this low out, depending how it does, right? It may have some downside extension and come back. But I think this is very relevant for both markets. Okay. Now this movement from the opening, that play I believe is done. There was a small play there, a small trade, I would say. What the heck is this? Which was this swing, okay? Which was this swing. You got something here, okay? You can or cannot have it, but if it happens, boom, you have we have something here to the upside. Right? Don't expect much because that is just a play, right? Out of this. Now I think this market may be setting up or may start to develop or play whatever it was at the beginning. From yesterday, I do have Nasdaq making a level, right? Making um, giving us important one level down here at the close in this spike, right? In this late spike we have here. Let me make it a little bit wider here. All right. We have this low here. I don't consider the low. They're pretty good also. This low, that the low is not in yet because we have quite weakness here. Below this. Same goes for the ES, all right? Kind of like a 6, 4, or 5 lows down here that are just below this 6,800. This low here, and if we check the dailies have this low here, right? This is kind of like a base opening or closing around this 6788 kind of like a number. I want to move this one down here. To this area here, this high. All right. Again, giving us a range, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Kind of like a marketing range. Yeah. And this is in the negative side, a little bit negative for the current contract, right? If any, right? If any, this would be, I'm going to place a range here. Just to have an idea, right? This range here is where the current contract will march open. Okay, so with all this back and forth, back and forth, there are some odds that it might close, or June may start in this area here, right? That's some kind of like a 30 points range between the 68.50 and 68.80, which is basically this day over here. Just have context. Now the play, right? There's a play here. You have this 3-day range breakout, right? Nasdaq has a better. Let me see if I can call Nasdaq here. That's a better play Nasdaq, because the Nasdaq is a really beautiful triangle here. Nasdaq wasn't. Was it or wasn't? No. Which one was what? The Dow? No. Oh yeah, that was the Dow. Yeah, come on here, baby. All right, this is a really nice triangle here. Right, this was 3-day range, lower low. I mean lower high. Lower low here, right? And there's a breakout here. Breakout here. This is a stop up here, and the play. Right, this is what I'm watching. Right, it is a 1 or 2 days play. Right, see if it has some range extension, can let it run until the close. All right. It has reached the 30 low. This is a really nice area to hedge or to close or to take profits. Right, really nice. But this play is only 1, 2 days, maybe 3 in the daily time frame. So you can see that is pretty much has played out, right? All right, back to Nasdaq. I am checking this, what the market does. Nasdaq does relative to this this reference here, this current reference that we have down here. What why I'm doing this, because this market can do this, right? And some bar, maybe the next one or the one after that, may start above here, right? Or may start below here or never touch it, right? And start working its way. Uh, I don't know which either way, right? And we are at the center of the candle channel as well. You know, it has reached one edge. It almost didn't went all the way to the other side, right? So right there is some chop going on here, even though um, um, it had a breakout of the previous day range to the downside during the first period, which is a sign of weakness. But I think this market is overextended to to the downside. Okay, let me close this one as well. Call here. I'm going to bring it. This is just a reference. This is just for reference purposes. What I have over here. All right, I'm going to finish my breakfast while keep watching the market. If you have any question, please just let me know. All right. Um, there's some back and forth from. I'm looking. I'm watching Nasdaq here. Mm. Nasdaq can be really high volume, 60% higher volume than yesterday. That's interesting here. Well, we have this spike here in the fourth period in these markets, right? Now we have right away, right? If this continues, right, you can see this how high this is relative to yesterday, which actually is really just back to, I don't know, it is higher. Let's check this day, which is the highest day, right? And this is slightly higher than this day here, which is the day that has, but which for me is a day that is kind of like a normal day, right? Or a sign that this is good volume, right? Or how it should be, or just choose pick a name, right? We have lower here, and finally we have back. We're back in business up here. Um, Here overall is slightly lower. No, this is developing, right? It is 20, about same. It is same market, and I see. I want to make this shorter or smaller again. I think I think there's something here playing. It is leaving a non-excess high here. Seems like the market has want to deal with these lows first. Mm. Well, let's see. All right. This is a 3-day range here that had a breakout to the upside. 3-day, 2-day, 2-day, 4 days. There's a lot of ranges. This period, this quarter has been that has been a theme, right? There's ranges all over the place. Something that I also watching. I have put it on the side. It's too much charts that I have here in this screen. What I'm watching is the candles, right? Um, these ones here. This is the years, right? Expanding the range, kind of like an upside, Look at what it's having. All of this, what it's doing, right? Look at the slope, right? Highest, flattens, and resume is march to the upside. So this is positive. Right? That can gives me an idea, right? Okay, so far what do we have? I'm not trying to predict the market. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to read the market. And Nasdaq is kind of like there's a lot of questioning. It's having second thoughts, right? We can see there's a lot of back and forth around the center, right? There's a lot of chop here. There's this seems the last time what this market did is right after it established these references, right? These volumes, high volume nodes, or high volume blocks, or whatever you want to call it. No, we have an upside after that, right? Like 2 times, and the third time it just came back crashing through this, right? Through this, and now what can happen here? This can be establishing. They can be establishing themselves this time to the opposite direction. Right? Since this one has fallen, now okay, now I have a bias that can be right, but it is like that. I have no idea, right? Until I know, um, I will see what can I do here. I guess okay, let me take those words back. Until I know, I will just sit in my hands. I am not a forecaster. Uh, I'm a trader. I not trying to predict what the market is going to do. I'm trying to figure out what the market is doing. You can see like I have some sort of OCD. I'm obsessed with this. I mean, when I want to kill time, right? All right, all right, all right. Now let's see what this maybe this next period can give us some clue what the market is doing here. No, what is amazing, always amazes me is when everything was, when the market has everything right in one direction, right? Like potential directional move, this market just didn't care, right? The market just didn't care, and down we go. It first happened here, right? When the market has really good also taking all these highs out, and it just didn't care, right? They tried, to set up again the next day, and no, 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 right? I don't care what you want. All right, 69.24. All these markets have a kind of like a. Let's see, gold. Gold seems like it's going to trade in this area. You're going to feel this kind of like a void here, right? Open here, inventory is long, some sort of counter action, and then this could be the main reference in the upper side. What that is that's 50, 60, like a 7 points range possible. Bitcoin is breaking out of this range, right? Can you see this very, very mechanical? This is when everybody has realized this market is going lower, and now let's start shorting, right? This market is just cannot go look higher now. Yeah. Just when everybody agrees, this market can go back, can go back high. Now in the upper side, way up here, we have this 78, 70, basically 78,000, right? But I think this may want to do some fixing here in this area, maybe filling part of this gap. But that would be very hard to do it, right? In these conditions. This low here, this is a, I'm going to, I'm going to put this as, I'm going to make this as my very important reference. I think this is this one here, the 69, 65, 900, something like that. Like if this area falls, alright, for the upcoming days, and this is something, you can do some damage in the lower side, but it seems like No, it has, this market has a range now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 day range. Another range, euro. What about the Dow? Oh, look at that. Oh, we have seen this, right? This is what I say. This is one day. This is one. This is 2, 3 days play out of this break. This will be the second day. Yeah. Russell doing the same thing. Russell actually has some sort of support around the 50. It's 50s, right? And these are just daily charts. Crude. I don't have crude here. What? Why? I have just 5 minutes here. 5 minutes crude. Hmm. Chart settings. I can see better. I noticed that I can see better these dots when I do this. Oh, look at that. What is this? Oh, this is from the past. No, no, you're not there. You're up here. Let's erase this. Just check these fingerprints here. Extended left hand from where? From here to here, right? It's working. It's working in this inside the fingerprints. Oh, choo 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 choo. Huh? Look at that. It's coming into this. Yeah, if it starts to work, it starts to back inside here, yesterday's. It can actually work its way up to maybe to the 6900s here. Huh. You know what? I am going to take a long here. Let me take a long here. I'm going to take a long here. I'm taking long. Nasdaq maybe trying to get to the 69, the 24,900 here. Let's see, there can be a huge crash here also. They were pretty close to this POC. Yeah. Let's do something here. Line here. I don't want it to fall. I want to. This one can go down to color line, duplicate, copy and move. This can come down to here. No more than that. That's my stop. what was my target? Oh, knight 20. I say knight 20, right? Now I don't want it to be low. Now I'm going to move my stop here to 870. You know what? I'm going to start to trim. I'm going to take one, maybe two off now. Okay, I'm going to take two off now. It's a pretty nice round that this has had. And it has no way. That's fucking just. I just moved my stop. Come back. I just moved my stop up here, and it just came back and took me out. But it was a good thing I took two off, well, all the way up to here. I'm going to go. I am depending on how it goes. This can go. Wait, it's kind of like a too far from this one. I was kind of like quote unquote expecting, right? You never expect the market to do anything, because the market doesn't care what you think, right? But I was maybe okay. This market could come down here or close to this is a better area to manage trade here. Um, I'm flat now. Really short leap. It's kind of like a scalp. This was a scalp here. This okay. Look at this formation. Okay, this is again. This is a replaying yesterday. Okay. Yeah, we have this. If you remember yesterday. Okay, it was a second period, right? Come on, man. It is what it is, no? Do you trade? I learned the hard way. I have no business trading big contracts. The only thing I do is micros. Um, full sizes, 4 micros can be a good size, really. Uh, Very high leverage. You can make good money, but also you can, if you don't have staying power, you can just get crash here as well. Now it seems like it is. It has reached the night 20. I don't remember. Oh yeah, I don't remember what number I say got. What? The night 20, I believe, has reached that number. Yeah, the upper side. Okay, the upper side. I'll just take a look. I'm going to put a. I am going to put a important label here. I think this can be the 25,000 mark. Can be something to watch here. Yeah. I didn't know it was the 25,000, but what I'm looking is there's something here, right? Something going on here. It is have this high volume nodes here, and we have this little. This can be a good area to monitor a trade. Right? This little one here, little range here. The other reason why I took that trade is this. There's some movement out of the center, right, towards the opposite side, right, of this channel. Right? That's why I took that trade. Basically, I know how we have a positive slope there. we have a really nice slope here. We still have some room to go here, though. Both the ES and Nasdaq has still some room to go before it um, no, in this kind of markets, for example, now we have a buy side, buy side. Oh, and this also was something here, right? We had a first buy right this level, but this is very short time frame here. Now, if I use short time frame charts, the trade is also short time frame. I cannot take a trade, based it on or when I watch this chart, for example, and I start the development, you know, over these ones, right, which are 30 minutes. That's no, don't mix it, right? Especially, if I may have this one, for example. Oh, okay, instead of moving higher, it may start moving way low, right? I say this market cannot go below this level here, right? That was my stop, and but start moving lower, right? Start moving below this one. It comes down here. Then when it start to move low, oh, okay, it has to make a stand here. But by then I well underwater. That's not the way, right? Why if I start here, I I I I I I hedge here, I take profits here or whatever, take my losses here, and these ones becomes just references, all right, for reference purposes, nothing else. When we start to make adjustments, when we have a trade on, that's when market markets just can kill us. And actually, it's not the market that kills us; it's just ourselves, that like to suffer. Now, from yesterday, this is really kind of like Nasdaq is different than ES, right? ES has this flat, uh, flat range here, basically, right? It's as wide as it can, right? And POC is up here just because of the range, right? POC could have been down here, easy. And what we came to, it's kind of like around the center of this one, right? There can be some back and forth, back and forth, back and forth here in this one, and this would be what that represents, right? Some sort of support or resistance in this case, right? The market will need to make some work here, right? Check it out. Also, where it has stopped, where it has stopped, right? We have a really nice distribution curve here, all right? And when it starts to work its way up, it is pretty likely we got some good odds that can make damage to the upper side as well. If that doesn't happen, right, you might start to back off, right? Now we start to work in this one. So there's a lot of things to monitor here when doing a trade. I don't look that dumb now, right? Taking profits up here. I'm not as stupid as I sound. Oh boy. No, it is just trading is that man. I have to find something to laugh uh, because this is really hard business, very hard business, unbelievably hard, right? All right, let's see if this gives us a buy signal here, down here, the 24,760, some sort of, that will be also okay. Another thing, right? Nasdaq is looking better than the ES, slightly better than the ES, right? That 24,800, what number is this? This can be 790, right? This 30 points here. That's risking $60 here. But it's not a trend yet here, right? It's not a trend here. If this were more clear, if this market would not have, for example, this, remember these lows, this kind of like a freaky weak lows down here. This would have been kind of like I would be kind of like trying to buy again, right here. But having these lows down here is lurking. Just man, this can come if this level falls, for example, it can come down here. So you might going to do something. So what had to be here with really tight stop. But notice what else do we have here in this level? Huh? This is overnight POC. This is also settle. So we have a bunch of references. It will make that buying very mechanical, right? So if I am going to do something, if I see something there, then it has to work fast. And it really has to work fast. You cannot give back anything. What are the odds I'm going to do something? There were higher, and I was thinking maybe. Well, I say at the beginning, right, when the market opened here, they say maybe the third period, right, which is this one, could be give us something to buy here. That is what I was thinking. I am second guessing myself here. I will need to. I want to see here. Really second guessing myself here now, because now now the bigger picture is as follows. Well, we have a big area with a lot of stops up there, and a big area with a lot of stops down here. Right? For both Nasdaq and ES are the same. Right? This one from this day, I don't care what day, but it was, but it is there, and this one from this day were same, both ES and Nasdaq. This level here, the first thing it touches is a buy. Okay? But as I say, this is not a clear trend yet. It's not a clear trend. Right? This may come. This may want to come lower. It's coming back. Nasdaq is coming back to the center. The ES is nicely buying. Unbelievable. Believe it or not, it has a nice buy from the 10 SMA there. My bad, from the 5 SMA. Momentum higher. Look at this nice buys here, higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, right? Hasn't taken this though. Where are you? Here, huh? Yeah, you just get to this one, which was CPI. It's Friday too. Slowly taking this. This was my buying here. It just came down to that level, but I don't trust it really, man. It's settled also. The fact that it is a kind of like a triple reference is what is giving me Making doubt myself. Making second guess myself. I took a long here. My stop is 60. This is going to fall. I'm out. Boom, 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 boom. Right, it seems like this market is going to need more time. All right. But who knows? Maybe we'll have a rotational day in hands. In the bigger time frame, still an upside day, values to the downside. Let me check what we have next week. What do we have next week? Let's see next week. Next week. Impact. 3 stars impact. We have FOMC minutes. FOMC next week. Nothing is expected there. Core PCE on Friday again. Just PCE, no? No other bigger numbers there for next week. I think the Nvidia is the week after. Let me see. February 25th. Yeah, it's the week after the next week. The Wednesday after next week. So okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Look at this low here. Let's buy from this low here now. Both markets are doing the same. I want to see. Okay, now that I am watching something here, this is the range. This is the big tail that we have at the opening, which was the extension, the equal range, right, from this CPI movement in both markets. I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to make it here the same thing, okay? This may one. Let's do red here, okay, so I can see the tail there. Color red here, so I can see this tail here. All right, it's how far it choose. They may want to do some work into this tail before it does anything. And this tail, what is this 2680? Yeah, is this second period, is it? Very close to this one. So we may have some. There are two things that can happen here. Oh, my bad. Oh, damn, I was watching Russell here. What? I apologize. Come on. How come? Oh, right. This is now I. Now, when I was checking the other markets, I forgot to put it back where. And now look at this. Look at this daily time frame. Right? Let's see if it can. If it does some work into this tail here. This will be the second day of the breakout. Right? And that breakout starts here. Breakout starts here. Right? How many days play? One, 1 to 3 days play, right? 1.5, call it. This is the first day. This is the second day. What is the third day? Is the weekend. I don't think anybody here will be go and hedge it, over the weekend. And I think it's a long weekend, isn't it? It's a holiday, I believe. So there might be, depending on what we have, how the day ends, we may want to do something there. Okay. It's let's see now. It is play. This level holds now. That's the 60. They're getting out of the 30. I mean, the 30 highs here. They may want to print something here, right? This can be a good buy. What is this? This 58. Still have 2 more minutes here to go. They're trying to establish themselves above the 30 here. So 1 more minute to go. They're pushing hard here to the upside. The 800 here. Right there. I got a long here. Let's start. I don't like the potential that it has to the downside, so I'm going to keep moving my stops here. Barely tight, right? Very tight. So because this can come down all the way to the 770 here. I don't want it. I don't want it. What I don't want is to come back down here. Okay. I should have moved it up here. Okay, now let's move it up here. That's a stop now. And I'm out. That's a nice play. No, so just pretty much a scalping here. That's some scalp. And why I did that? Oh, hold on a sec. All right, back here. I think um I have a good days. It's not worth to risk it here. Let's mark it zero. It seems how big is this range here? 680, 80. This 80 points range here. It's not small range what we have here. Right, 70 points range. I don't know what's the bigs now. Bigs is 20 and dropping. All right. So we may actually have a range here. Okay. Now it's very very unsafe range here. Unfortunately I wasn't here to see these things here. Now this has potential. When I see this kind of move, let me move uh, the kernel channels just to check something. For example, right? If I am going to take a loan, so for example, if I am going to take a loan, okay, this is ES and whatever, right? I can see, for example, Nasdaq, ES and Nasdaq have some room where to go here. Right? This is the upper side that they can run. You know, if it breaks from this range, it can go up here. This room may be down here, or you can see what's happening here with this range. This range is compacting here. It's likely the range is going to be, we are going to have some sideways trading. But seems, I don't know, I have no idea. But you can see this. This is closing here, right? It's kind of closing. The ES is doing the same. But if I coming back, if I am looking to the upside, right? I say, oh, okay, you're looking at this, buying from this reference here. So if this buy happens to be up here, what I expect from the run, right? It's not that much really, because sooner, very soon, it's going to be like this one. It's going to be outside. Right? It didn't get outside. It can be outside, making the move overextended and riskier. Right? Now this one is CPI. As you can see, it didn't have acceptance. Right? It didn't have. It just came back right to the center. We are pretty much right inside that range, right inside this CPI here. Nice. This is the high, that one, this is the low. There's a lot, it seems like, right now that I am seeing this, I observe this, it seems like there is a lot of activity that is coming from this range, right? As you can see there. So now I'm going to do some corrections here. Instead of having this one here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move it up. Oh, come on, where are you? I'm going to move it up here. All right. So that's the range of CPI. Yeah, can you see? It's trying to break out of that. Yeah. Break out, it's pulled back. I still don't know. I still don't know here, but just this is new information, right? It's new information here. And has room to the upside. It has room to the downside. There could be some back and forth. Still, one time framing higher has not been broken. We still have that. All right. Unfortunately, I missed this period. Had to do something. Not that I could have done something. Now there are some buying. Look at these buys here, right? This range here. Again, if this one falls, this was yesterday. Remember what happened yesterday? That's something I was watching yesterday. This seems to be a reference here. I'm going to put a line, just a line here. We may try to break this range here. Maybe 960 again. Oh, I was saying I had a good day today. So, taking trades back and forth can be detrimental here. So, why to risk, right? But that's the thing is, when you got something, you think you can do more, right? And that is what actually end up uh, hurting us. Well, Mm. Um, the risk here, I think it's my opinion now that this is a no man land now, right? Um, in regular, let me, how can I put this? Let me do, before I go, okay. I want to say something, okay. Let me make this a little bit smaller, all right. I think this is all we need here. It's just like that, right? Let's do the same with Nasdaq. All right. Okay. What? Okay. Uh, all right. If we would not have a day like this yesterday, okay? If we would not have a day like this yesterday, we got 1, 2, 3 distributions. I would be selling these rallies that we have here. But what make me hesitate, right? Right, but the voice how I assess risk here, why I don't do that, okay? Because this is we have value here lower, right, than yesterday, is the tremendous amount of stops that are here. So down here, if the market comes up back, comes up here, right, about this mark here, you actually can have upside. This market can look to the 100 moving average, maybe to the 50 moving average as well, and there's tremendous potential here for a pop here to the upside, right? This is a little, doesn't really a small, insignificant area, right? But can be key, even the upside. But that's why I am not selling here, right? What I am doing is kind of like doing some sort of breakouts or movements from this area here, always having in mind where the market is relative to the Kellen's channels as well, right? To the potential that these ones may have to, well, each one, pick your poison here, right? Because right now, for example, right the center, right? Look at what's happening here, right? Let's talk about these kernels, kind of like contracting here, right? Contracting here, and that seems to be like they are going to do, can do this or can do that, or maybe can do that. I don't know what's going to happen. But they are right the center, right? And the range is being compacted here and being compacted here, right? Slightly positive in the ES, but I wouldn't trust this one. Any breakouts here has a potential to reach this side, right? No breakout, movement, right? Same thing goes to the downside here, no? This is not an important or as relevant as if this were, for example, 10 minutes, right? But you can see we have a high now. What is this relative to this? Right? This is high low. It's not a trend. We don't have a trend here. We don't have a range. One time frame higher here. One time frame higher here as well. May this might be something to look for next week's maybe. We got this one and this one. Remember, Monday is holiday, and kind of like I don't know, man. It seems like this little one, right? this area, which happens to be the center of the range of this 4 6 day range is. But I am going to call it a day here. Well, I will leave the stream up for a little bit more. We're going to be paying attention, but I will be doing, I know, I start doing homework and doing some other things here. All right. I hope you have a wonderful day so far. And be careful here with chasing price. Well, there's nothing clear now. As I say. Oh, before I leave, right? I want to leave this thought here. We have this upside, okay? And then consolidation, and the trade is trying to make it higher, taking the all-time highs, right? To make a new high and fail it. And then after that, we have this break really fast, right? Now, it is really, really long break here. It has a wide range. The break, the comeback, if there is any today, right? Usually it doesn't happen really fast. Right? Market might chew its way up. Now I start working really slow, like inch by inch by inch by inch. Right? So these shorts here, because this inventory is short, these shorts here will start to hop, right? You cannot, because what happens is this goes really fast, you know, these ones and these ones will just start cover right away really fast. But when it goes lower and lower and lower and lower, they will start to think, oh no, this market will keep going lower, right? And we may need maybe a couple of days, you know, this one, another one included here, right? It can be maybe Monday. Since Monday is holiday, we have Friday, we have Sunday, and we have Monday overnight, right? That can create enough inventory here to, you know, to fuel some movement in either direction here. The potential here right now, as I say, is, you know, it can go either way right now. And if the more inventory we build up here, the bigger, right, the stronger the resolution or the breakout of the range. Yeah. So far, I think inventory is kind of short, and there's some rebalancing that's happening from the overnight. All right, have a wonderful rest of the day. Have a great weekend. Hope I can see you Monday. I may not be here Monday for that instance, maybe the whole week. I'm really tired. I'm really tired. I say last time I took a vacations, I was coming from really hard times, and I planned to have like a couple months, but I couldn't stand. I couldn't stay out more than a couple weeks. So I'm planning to have at least a couple weeks. But the ideal is if I can extend that, that would be great. If I do that, I will be watching the market, still be watching the market, but I won't be there doing it like you know, being in front of the screen all day long. I come back maybe sometime before the close or before the opening or before the close to do some sort of homework and keep you know, try to keep myself in touch with the market. All right, have a good weekend. Wish you the best. Bye bye. something here. There's something here, right? I know that I am watching this reference. That happens to be Saddle as well, right? Um, DS also has Saddle right at the low, the current bar. Um, and I got this selling. I say this is a buy to me. It was a buy, but I'm seeing here, right? But this is information the market is feeding. This is low up here, is flattening here. This market that was going higher has flattened, and it may even start going lower. So this buy here, right? If I have anything, right? First I would have done, right? But if I've done, I, it is the odds that I got something out of this are not that good because also momentum is making lower highs, and it is still, and I still don't know if this is going to make lower lows as well. Well, this is a very short time frame. It is having some buy actually, this, but I am not part of that now. It's kind of like a very risky now. This also, okay. There's something here. It is 11:28. Europe is about to close. Okay, let's check euro. Let's check the year. Let's look at what happened to the euro, European market or European session, right? We try to do something, and when it ended, right, like when it started, or higher, right? They are underwater here. What about the Nasdaq? Nasdaq should be the same. Yeah, Nasdaq is the same. Okay. So this one wasn't that bad. And I am not here. All right, that's the only thing I want to say. All right, now I go. Have a good day. All right, all right. It is 1:30 p.m. now. Let's take a second look. Now this is what I have for this market. This is what it was doing from yesterday, right? Uh, just take a look at what this market is doing, right? This is 4 hours. That 4 hours candle. We have a big down, big up, big down, big up, big down, big up, big down. Um, um, Basically focusing, right? Kind of like a feeling, right? The fingerprints. What catches my attention? What has catches my attention yesterday, um, while doing homework, was I got the fingerprints here, right? It's actually up to here, but uh, as I start zooming in, I'm going to put it here, where originally this rectangle is, right? And you see why now is down below. I got this one all the way up to here. And then this can be the potential destination if there is anything to the upside, right? As it was this area up here below, uh, before. Um, um, Coming up to here is really nice movement, right? But I mean, if you catch anything, if you do some sort of multi-day trade, if you do anything up here from these lows, that's a lot. Right? Why want to have the last penny of the movement? Right? That's when we risk too much, and when I start zooming, notice the movement where it came. Right? We have this single prints here, more single prints here down below, right? And the potential destination of this area here, which actually is, um, let me bring my drawing, which is this one, okay? Now on the upper side, we have this one, we have this one, we have this one, and we have this one. As we had before, uno, dos, tres, cuatro, 1, 2, 3, 4, up there. Right? There's a big area here and another big area here as well. Right? Just kind of like a building, I'm wondering if there is anything that's going to be formed here. I don't know. Right? This will require uh, um, multiple days in this area, which happens to be fingerprints from yesterday. Now I'm going to zoom in here. Now I'm going to go, I want to make this a 2 hour chart, 120 minutes chart. Right? I still have fingerprints all the way up to here. Right? Starting here. This area here is void, right? There's nothing here that can pose any kind of resistance for any kind of upside. Now look at what we have. What we have in this profile? There's nothing here, right? That's why I say there's nothing. Just fingerprints and very much, pretty much nothing for both ES and Nasdaq down here. Right? The accumulation says another story, right? But right here is just short time frame. Now, most of the time, I'm not saying that cannot happen today, but most of the time when this kind of correction happen, usually it requires volume as well, right? Volume, higher volume. And what we had now, as I was checking here, volume, okay, and Nasdaq and NICE are the same, right? We have really nice volume. Open, second period, this period, and fourth period. Boom, it dies. It just dies. Fifth period, no, it's even lower now. Now the fifth period we have relative to yesterday. So far, our ABCDE, it was 13%. It went from 63% higher to 13% lower. Sorry about that. So usually when these movements, when these corrections happen, it requires volume. So if I got something here out of this movement, you know, I know that I don't have, you know, I don't have the wind behind me. Okay, that's just to find an expression here. Um, I before okay, now before zooming in, this I wanna call this. I must check again. This, well, this happens all the time, man, and that's why trading is so hard. I said, right? I was saying at the opening, that maybe at the third period or maybe the period after that, the market is going to we are going to have something out of this reference here that we have yesterday at the close here in this what it was here actually, no, it was here. It was a huge volume here in Nasdaq, and there can be something here. Usually when you have those kind of prints, and usually there's a base, you know, or a support or resistance for something that may come out of that. Right? It took the market 4 pills to do that, but I didn't. I hesitated to take him along. I just, once this is doing this, man, you can see here how short-term oriented this market is. This is clearly a channel here, right? For example, look at that nice channel here. I'm buying from 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And now this line is flattening here. We're making a range. And both are the same. Right? That's yes, I'm making, you can see this whole, as this market rises, what happened with momentum. There is absolutely nothing here. Right? Both. It's flattened here. There's nothing here. Right? Which is very counterintuitive because this is market going higher. We have, we are going to make, we are going to reach the moon now. But this is just flattened here. There's nothing here. And as a matter of fact, after that happens, it's kind of like starting to decline. Momentum is dying here. And now, um, this can be maybe even going lower. May try to go lower here from this. Maybe try to do something like that. I don't know. Actually, I'm not going to bet the house on that to happen. But this is what I want to say. I have second guessed myself, and I miss most of this moment. Maybe this would have been a really nice objective, right? But again, I miss it. Right? Now I'm going to zoom in again. Remember, my eyes are now this wide area here. I'm going to make a 1 hour chart. All right. And this is when I start to see, okay, the single princes are not all the way up to here in the 1 hour. I'm most likely this, and I can see this as a potential, maybe destination of any upside movement that the market may have, but in this time frame. And this is the daily time frame, okay? This is the daily time frame that I have here. Not today. Remember, this is a breakout of this 3-bar range here. Got 3-bar range here. All right? That may play or may not, right? Between may have 2 to 3 days play out. Okay, this is Friday. I'm just very hesitant or to say that somebody will go short home, right? Below this or in this area in general, knowing that it will have a long weekend, right? It may come back here, may try to retest this area. It actually, this tails here, but who knows, man? I'm not going to count on that. I'm not going to bet anything that happened. Now I erase this and erase this area because I know that over here this is a potential destination. I just don't wanna a clock. You know, I just don't want to fill with the chart with too many things in there. Now 30 minutes. Why do you have a what 30 minutes shows? All right, this is amazing. It is amazing. I haven't seen this in a while. How more single prints, well, pretty much all time frames, 50, I mean 240, 120, 60, 30. This is what catches my attention, this area here. How single prints we have. Okay, very elongated to the downside. Um, let's do even further. Oh, and by the way, the lower side to where the market came, feel the feel the last single prints right in this 30-minute chart yesterday. Now, this is really nice, right? It tested this area, and got back into this last pocket in the 10 minutes, and now we're having some back and forth, right? Some testing again, maybe trying to get back. Let's see. I want to know how this market close, right? Relative to these single prints here. And I'm going to go even further. I'm going to go to the 15 minutes here. What do I have the 15 minutes? I have the same thing. And this is kind of like a interesting, very interesting here. Right? You have this 69.30 as a potential kind of like a pit stop for any upside here. It may happen. It may happen over the weekend, or it may happen maybe early next week. But we may see something. If there's something to the side, this can be maybe like an area where profits or some rebalancing might be taken, or can be taken, or hedging, or whatever. Right? Also, this single prints here. Right? 15 minutes. Also, single prints in the lower side. Also checking the last pocket in the lower side. Didn't went all the way down, right? But again, yesterday was a day with high volume, and participation is quite different than what we had on Wednesday. I'm going to put this one back where it was. All right. Let's make it smaller. Let's put it back where it came from. All right. That daily time frame, that daily chart looks really, really interesting. And now in the okay, let's talking about dailies. Let's bring this one back. Actually, I got another one. This is the second instance. I guess I have that one in my first instance as well, which is this one, crude ES DUI here. My references here, half, half would be kind of like around this mark, right? Just goofing around here. That one. I don't know if this market comes back all the way up to there. That wouldn't be a good sign for the shorts, right? That would mean that maybe this is it, and we may see some rebalancing happening over the weekend. But if that one, if that high, which happens that we have, let me show you what number do we have here. This is 69, around the 69.20. I think that's the single piece, right? Where this little one is, right? 25, right? 25. If it cannot get these highs out, what this action is doing, it's just extending this very question. They will have a lot of stops here now. We have from yesterday 1, 2. I will count all of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10 highs. Now that's a big cluster here. Right? I'm going to close this again. This huge. This is very weak here, right? So we have. How can I do this better? Let's make it. Let's make it just like this. Here. Um, I'm going to add another one up here, just above this high. So we have a bunch of highs. So we counted like 10, right? Now 10 made on the daily time frame are not the same than the one we made in 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 the overnight session, because we have 10 here as well, but these are overnight. Right? Now look at what's happening here. Now happening here. Some rebalancing, and now we are going to do the same again. Right? Now this is full of shorts, and believe it or not, this is weakening. It has some range extension. It has some range extension. Especially Nasdaq. The ES doesn't look that doesn't look. It looks bad actually. This looks like short covering, and that actually can weaken the market, right? Oh, the more return now. Nasdaq, I think Nasdaq has made a better job taking care of these loans here. Right now we have this, well, you have it up here. Right? Yeah, no, but notice that what we have today is not adding to what we have yesterday. There might be some weak shorts that actually have covered now, right? But the ES is not, has not. Yeah, the ES is adding to what we have yesterday. Pretty little baby. Oh. What if this market, and this is one thing, right? And now we're 2 p.m. Oh, kind of like we still have 4 more periods to go. It's a long time to go. The market can make a couple things here. Right? It may try. It actually has put value inside yesterday's, which is not a bad thing, right? It's not a bad thing. What it can do, right? Make that push back to 0, right? You can do it now, all the way up to maybe 330, 340, something like that. Or you can keep trading here and attempt to take this one, just as Nasdaq did, right? And have something to the downside. If that's the case, if this market keeps going higher or keeps high, they may attempt to do something to the upside at the close. But I am not, I don't have that written in stone, but because I will need to see what is left here, how this market behaves from now until 330, 340 maybe. And that last 10 minutes, right? In the last 10 minutes, we will have two single prints. I mean, two bars, right? The first, the one that comes at 350, What's coming 350? Kind of like if it that one, let's just assume that this market ends like here. If that one pushes to the upside and comes back, I think that can be something, from that until 355 or even 4, maybe something to the upside. Because if the push is big, I don't think they're going to let it fall too much. But as I say, that's just one scenario that I have in mind, that I'm just playing with my imagination here. But I am starting to build scenarios here. I'm not trying to touch anything now. I did something. The last thing I did was when this market came back below this, right? Come back below here. The next one didn't reach that one and give us a buy, and now we have a 30 here. It's just turning slightly positive, but I don't expect much of this because the bar momentum also was turning. Right? At the time, I didn't know that this one was going to go lower. Right? Momentum is going lower. We have lower lows here. This may come lower, and that's what I am just watching here. I'm talking about that it is low. It's lower than this. Okay, so that's a sign of change as well. Let's allow the chop. Market has been trading right at the center of the candle channel as well, right? Okay, now I think that's pretty much it. I can consider that part of the homework as well. I don't have much here. My this is something that I will carry on. This little one here, or both. Right? Nasdaq doing a little bit better, right? But this is what I'm having here. I'm also paying close attention to the 240-minute chart and the 60. Okay, I hope you have a good day. I wish you a good weekend. See you next time. And by the way, I don't know if I'm going to come back next week. Okay, if not, I wish you the best and stay safe. Bye bye.